one group said no as a majority. I don't know if that's the group of one. We can find that out later. Okay, so let's scroll down to, that's just revisiting that. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's just a bar graph of the same, right? Okay. Okay, oh, that's for 9. And the content update. Okay, let's go there. No pressure. Awesome. Okay, now we're going to scenario 9 or scenario D. Wait, we finished scenario D, right? Oh no, we continue with this question. For past situations in which an airport has been VFR, then or IFR becomes VFR, with the probability of knowing it might go back to IFR, be useful information. I think yes. Based on historic METARs, be useful to pilots. Let's go look at that. That was majority yes was 5, or unanimous yes 5, majority yes 4, half and half 1, and majority no 1. Okay, and let's see if we can scroll down to Q10 if there's, because that's all repeating the same information. So go to Q10 if you can see that one. Comments? No. Climatology info and trend forecast should be useful. Okay, we need time of day. I'm not going to give you the time of day. Remark automated via NOTAM. Oh, wait, this is scenario E. So we've moved on to NOTAM purring. Okay, that was our scenario with this, you know, do we have bad winds here or not? So the METAR plot of winds for peaceable looks reasonable. Here, remark automated via NOTAM. Let's check out the solutions in Q12. If there are red flag, removing wind from METAR would remove it from the graphic as well, and topo background. Suggests changing the color of an element that is unreliable. Okay, it is important to use other sources of information to verify. Graphically, it would help to have indicators highlighting wind patterns and reliability. Same as above. Zoom in further, plot additional wind sources, perhaps with a toggle on off feature for official and non-official observations. So that's suggesting adding in some of the non-FAA kind of stuff. Color code location that has suspect data, add a QC indicator to the graphic, show that wind unreliable info in the graphic representation. Remove wind from METAR and graphic. So those are possible solutions. Okay, scenario F. Okay, where we have this airport, they've cut the terrain to make a nice runway or two. And so that's a fun situation. The METAR indicates valley fog in the remarks section. While the visibility was pretty good, 10 statute miles. Would a pilot or dispatcher be aware of the topography of the airport to properly interpret this comment? So what we're saying is a unanimous yes was 5 groups, majority yes 3, half and half 2, majority no 1, and unanimous no 1. Okay, the METAR. Okay, so that's just redoing that information. Which is the most accurate statement? Okay, controllers for both en route and terminal have access to the current weather observations and are alerted for weather updates. That got 9. Controllers for both en route and terminal have access to the current observation and are not alerted for weather updates. That got 3. And people didn't pick the other ones, I guess. Is that what happened? Or were those the only ones I gave? I thought I gave more than that. Okay, I have to stop. You have to have a comment. Yeah. Well,
So I wasn't allowed to give this answer either, by the way, because we talked about this right before the quiz, but it's they only have access to 1 hour. So the most recent METAR data. And then you'll remember that was part of the and no alerts. Yep, no alerts and the most recent METAR data. And that was apparent by the I don't know what display that was, but it was had the METAR display, green text background, right? Yep. Got it.
so you're not seeing the other ones. So the right answer, which this one had a right answer in theory, nobody selected. Is that disconcerting out of this audience? I don't think, no. Wait, did I read that wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. And yeah, operator error. I didn't control, yes. So we did have 3 out of, and then 3 and 9. That's still, and somebody's happy. But still, okay, so it wasn't nobody selected. We did have 3 groups, but considering, yes. Oh, wait, no, why don't you? Yeah, or here, I can walk.
All right, so I will give you this contextually because we were talking about it earlier, is that a lot of the FAA stuff is locked in the 1980s. And so the secret is you have better and more available weather information on your smartphone than the controllers do sitting in their working traffic. They have stuff that basically was, and Randy, I know you worked with all the requirements and stuff like that, but a lot of this stuff is the equipment's got to replace what was in there before. So basically what was in place in the 80s and early 90s is what they still have today.
Thank you. Where does that get us? Did we have a comment? Oh, there's a comment section here. No, whoops. Sorry, I have no idea how to answer these questions. I would assume a pilot should know about the topography around where he or she was heading. In the second question, I chose what I would hope to be the minimum information accessible. How many people were in that boat? They were just like, this is my wish cast of what they should have available. Controllers should be able to provide info on recent trends. Nope. Okay, any other comments? No. What are you wanting out of this question? Wow. Okay. I'm hoping that's the group of 1. There we go. You're good to stop, and thank you so much for doing that. So that's a quick and dirty look at the survey results. How are we doing on time right now? We're pretty well on time, aren't we? We claim that the panel session was going to happen at 12:50. It's supposed to happen. Okay. So any other comments people have about the scenarios before we move on? Or, oh, yes. Online question? Or,
Hi, Mike,
okay.
this is Ian.
Hello.
Did you have did you have answers for these quiz for that survey that you might have put together based on what you know?
Situationally, most of them no.
Okay.
Some of these I think are a matter of opinion. But how about we set up a time to talk about these and think what of these should be a correct answer? But clearly, I don't know that there's a consensus on that. And certainly I don't have the answer for all these.
The reason why I asked that, because I know in this group, we have a lot of individuals with different expertise. You have guys, folks who are pilots, So they may be looking at it from a pilot perspective. Then you have persons who are controllers or who actually build these systems. They may be looking at it from a different perspective. So I know we may not have enough time to continue to discuss this, but it would be good to get a sense of what their thought process is to answer that question or those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And just to make a comment regarding that, certainly we could follow up with more of same. But the other thing is some of these definitely are opinions. The opinion, would a pilot react appropriately or what would they do? That is an opinion. There's no right answer for those kinds of things. But some of these are more have an objective correct answer in terms of, let's say, what would the ATC have available for wind information to them? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Christian Amaral with ALPA. So I know that, you know, the Center Weather Service units are out there and they provide alerts. I don't know what they look like per se, but Brian and maybe Randy, you guys can speak to how those present, if at all. I mean, they're usually probably late is my guess, but.
So there's a question about CWA advisory information. You want to speak to that?
So online participating is one of my cohorts in crime, James Ott. James Ott worked in the CWSU at Fort Worth for, a couple of minutes. I'll say that, but he was there when Delta 191 and he retired just a couple of years ago. So James, if you're online and you heard that question, could you jump in with some of the perspective from a CWSU and alerts? Because I know you and I talked about this before I came.
Yes, can you repeat the question?
So in talking about, controllers getting alerts, I was under the impression, well, the CWSU produces alerts, and how do those present for controllers? I guess you're on the other side of that, but maybe you have some insight.
Yes, we did have alerts, but the alert type would be whatever you wanted to put in there. Like if you wanted it to alert you when the ceilings go below 1,000 feet or something like that, or if the wind shifted from we'll say a southerly direction to a northerly direction. But that type of information doesn't get passed on directly to the controllers from the CWSU. Now they should be aware of the situation through briefings prior to the shift start. So they should have some kind of an idea as to what to expect.
Okay, thank you. We have another question.
Yeah, Rick Curtis from Collins. When we were talking about this, we identified a huge disparity between Part 121 carriers that have dispatchers and private pilots, because a lot of this chasing, if you will, and clarifying would be on the shoulders of the dispatcher. Okay, as far as what's real, what's not, where do you report things, how do you get things fixed? And the private pilot is more or less on his own to make those calls. So I think the dispatcher could add a lot of value on the 121 side. So that's what we came.
Well, thank you for that comment. As I was making these scenarios, the question was, well, what kind of scenario is this? Is this a private pilot? Is it commercial airlines? And there are different answers for the different scenarios, right? And I didn't give that to you. That would just give probably a lot more gradation to the answers, but it's still relevant. Anything else? All right, sounds like we have a wrap on the brainstorming session. We are going to have next our panel. And if our panel members could, we have some, I'm trying to remember who's remote. I know Captain Doug's remote, but if we can have them come up, I guess I'm part of that. I'm part of that. And we'll let you take that away.
So this is Nathan from United. I was asked to just to moderate this session. So I guess whoever's on the panel that's here, if you can have a seat. And is it possible for us to adjust the camera down and focus them on the teams so that the folks online are zoomed into the panel members? Is that possible? Okay. I know we did it yesterday, but we had to, it took a little trial and error.
If we have an OJI after this, then they're not going to invite us back.
That's probably fine. Okay, so our panelists, who is online? Mike, remind me.
Doug Morris, I believe, is going to be the one remote participant. Joel and Don got caught up in the shutdown.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Doug Morris,
If
possibly, if he wants to turn his camera on.
Yeah, I think, I believe the way we're set up, but I could be wrong about this, is that if Doug turns his camera and microphone on, it should move him. Oh, there we go. Somebody who knows what they're doing is doing it.
I don't know.
Yeah. Doug Morris, are you on? And if so, can you do a mic check with us? And it shows your mic is unmuted, but we're not hearing anything.
We heard him just a minute ago, so I know he's there.
Yeah, he's on the participants list with an open mic.
Okay.
Oh, there's Doug. Doug looks like a 787. Whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Testing.
I guess we don't currently have Doug. So Doug, if you want to attempt to log off and log back on, if that might help.
Yeah, that's usually the best advice for participants with an audio problem is leave the meeting and come back on. There he goes. Meanwhile, Nathan, why don't you introduce your panelists, since I'm not sure that two of them are.
Yeah,
have
that's
been
a
up
great
here
idea.
before.
So why don't we go ahead and have each panelist just, introduce yourself briefly. I know at least one of you hasn't.
Yeah,
There it goes.
yes, okay. Mike Split, Florida Tech, College of Aeronautics, teach aviation meteorology and do some research.
Hi, everyone. Chandler Zook, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, senior meteorology student.
Christian Amaral with ALPA, the Air Traffic Services Group. My full-time job is an Airbus captain at United.
Good afternoon, David Strand, with MITRE Corporation and previously American Airlines for 33 years and then Delta Airlines as a meteorologist pilot at American. Thank you.
And panel members, the mic that you have is one of the mics that requires really close proximity to your mouth.
Yes. Okay, so we heard a lot today. Do we have Doug back?
Doug is on and he is unmuted again. Doug, can you say something for us? I know nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, Doug, we can't hear you if you're trying to talk. So
Uh,
I guess we'll have to.
And just a little about Captain Doug. He flies for Air Canada and he'll be retiring soon, but he's also a welcome addition to the faculty at Florida Tech College of Aeronautics.
Ian Johnson, would you unmute and say something just so we can make sure it's not a problem on this side?
I can hear you loud and clear, Matt. And I can
Okay,
see
and
the
we hear
member
you
of the
loud and clear
audience,
too.
The panel
Good.
too. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Doug must have a difficulty.
Okay, well, Doug, hopefully we can still have you participate, but if not, we'll proceed. All right, so we heard a lot today about this issue of METARs and the difficulties associated with maintaining situational awareness for aviators. So I guess the question that we really want to pose and start discussing is, what are the potential solutions? Obviously, there's no easy answers, as we just discovered through the scenarios, is that it's not just a clear cut, every situation is unique. So I guess the question I would like to pose, maybe to get us started, is maybe a slightly provocative question to the panel. Is the METAR speci format itself outdated? And if so, what should we do to change or upgrade it?
So that is a provocative question. In my head, I feel like first we've a part of this discussion, we found that METARs in their structure can have some interpretation problems, but also are they accurate? So I'm going to tackle kind of on the interpretation side, because that's what ASOS weather was. That was kind of like my side of this discussion. So I feel like, and something that I've always thought about was the remarks section always reads like a sentence, right? Like lightning began, cloud to ground. I feel like it could be written out like a sentence. I don't know if any of you want to comment on the reason that it's in kind of a more kind of truncated or kind of cryptic language, but I feel like it could be like I feel like there's really long METARs out there to where if we just typed a few extra words and didn't abbreviate, I feel like that would enhance at least the short-term interpretation of that data. And I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes if there is a good reason for that truncation, but that's just something that kind of like comes to me. And then also same with TAFs as well. I know we're sticking on observations here, but I don't know. That's something that comes to my mind as far as interpretation goes. I don't know if somebody wants to touch on accuracy.
Well, I guess in terms of interpretation, and the reason that it's so truncated, it's like, talking on the radio. It's an economy of words. It conveys a lot of information without a lot of characters. I'm gonna go with the seasoned veteran reference here, Matt. And when I see the option on WSI on our EFB right now, you can translate the METAR into plain language. And I always think, well, that's just cheating. I mean, come on. I mean, you're a pilot, like seriously. But honestly, I really don't care. And the important thing is that people can understand it. And I don't think there's a real generational divide there. I'm not really hard over about it for sure, but that explains it. Yeah. And what was you said? And you said interpretation. What was your second point? Accuracy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, to me, the biggest issue that I have is just, especially in a Part 121 environment, we have really good equipment. We go into airports that are really well equipped. And when we don't see what we're expecting to see because we have an old METAR and then an ASOS that is constrained due to terrain, service volume, and we don't get in. I mean, it's a massive shock. Those in the GA community are more used to that kind of thing. But, you know, you have this confirmation bias going into these places that don't have a lot of support, maybe uncontrolled. This is like a sneak peek to my presentation tomorrow. And it's a huge risk. You know, Brian, you talked about this. I mean, safety really comes down to threat and error management. And that depends on having really good information, the best information you can have to have a discussion and figure out, all right, well, what are the threats? What can we do to mitigate those in advance? Talk about it. Like, you know, okay, there's low-level wind shear advisories and there's thunderstorms around. Let's talk about what are the thresholds? What are their wind shear escape actions? What are our, you know, triggers for different actions? And, you know, you can go into those environments with a lot more confidence and a plan. But if you don't have good data to work with old data, and so for me, it's not so much, I don't really see a lot of instances where we see bad sensors so much as just old data. And again, it doesn't happen very often. It tends to be in mountainous areas where we don't see a lot of support compared to the rest of our environment. That's a long answer. David.
Thank you. As far as the remarks being abbreviated or the brevity of it, I would always get annoyed when I would fly with other pilots that went, why don't they just spell these things out? And I thought, you know, really, we're going to pay you money to have this great job and fly airplanes, and you can't figure out after 30 years how to read this. But I was probably the worst person to be trying to comment or answering that because I grew up with it. And it's like, you know, I was reading the old essay format back, you know, when I was 10 years old because I just thought it was cool. But yeah, so these guys don't have the benefit of that. However, I have an app, for instance, that I can download METARs on my phone, and it has an option to go to plain language, and it does it for TAFs and for METARs. And to read a METAR and a TAF, you know, I may spend 20 seconds or something and get the flick on it. When I put it in plain language, it's like, I got to sit there. It's like I'm reading Moby Dick, you know, it's a novel in some cases. So I think the brevity, if you learn to read it and interpret it in most cases, it saves you a lot of time. It's like the NOTAMs. You know, we used to be able to read through our NOTAMs in you know, a few minutes. Now try flying Dallas Fort Worth to Seoul, Korea, and see how many pages of NOTAMs you get. It's the same thing. You know, they're spelled out with a larger, a more expanded format now. The last thing I'll say is on the accuracy. And I think you asked also, should you reformat them or the format out of date?
Yeah, I think what I was getting at with my question is that, let's face it, the format of METAR, TAF code, you know, is developed in an era where we didn't have the capability we have today, right? So yes, codes, if you learn the codes, it can be very quick and easy to interpret. But are we unnecessarily limiting ourselves by that decades-old restriction on coding and transcribing information with text, you know, alphanumeric character limitations that no longer exist? So that's why it's somewhat provocative, because you can make an argument, in my opinion, for the brevity of the report and, you know, the ease of just quickly reading it. But we've seen with what Chandler has done and what web technology allows, we can really greatly expand the amount of information that you can disseminate. iWixom, the new format that things are going to be communicated in, could have endless numbers of different XML tags for information, right? So that was sort of the nature of my question. Is like, well, are we overly limiting ourselves with the coded format of a METAR and the dissemination of a METAR? You know, do we have to limit METARs to hourly? Why are METARs only issued once an hour? Is that because it used to be a fully manual process? I mean, the sensor is recording every 5 minutes, right? Why, you know, again, these are all just ways of disseminating information that were started decades ago that maybe we need to blow that up a little bit.
Perhaps, you know, I mean, it's something to where I think they need to sit down and have a couple of week-long conference really discussing, you know, this subject to find out. I'm not sure sometimes when I look at METARs that was done when they created them, but maybe so. There probably are better ways, but Chandler's probably a good one.
Real quick, Chandler, I'm going to switch mics because this one's a lot better for you guys.
Test,
So.
test.
Doug, if you had anything that you wanted to say, I think we were gonna let you hop in.
Well, yeah, well, traveling, can everyone hear me firstly?
Yes, we can.
All right, yes, well, I just got back from Tokyo and I'm going again to Tokyo on Friday. But just you're mentioning about METARs, I mean, around the world, every country has their own inherent differences. For example, I bet you an American pilot couldn't read a Canadian METAR from head to toe. We have a little bit more information. Even a Canadian reading an American METAR, I would say only 10% of pilots would know what the dollar sign means at the end of an American METAR.
It's true.
There you go.
Yeah, that's generous.
Yeah, of course. We have some,
Okay.
we have some folks online who.
I didn't
to
respond
talk.
yet.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to go to Mike and then we're going to go to the in-room questions and then we'll go to the online questions.
So I'm kind of of the opinion, don't mess with the METAR. If some of the stuff we're talking about quality, where would that reside? Do we have to have some other information database for that, a co-METAR, something that gives you that? But then the question is, when you're coming into an airport, you're not going to have access to a lot of bandwidth. I mean, if the winds are coming from a direction that's notoriously bad because of buildings and whatnot, how is that going to get to somebody flying into the airport in that scenario? Is it going to be on the ADA saying the winds are from this direction and by the way, the ASOS is usually bad from this direction? I mean, how is that going to get to them? So if it's not in the METAR or the ADAs, how does it get them functionally in those scenarios?
Just real quickly, I don't think I have a problem with the brevity or the crypticism of METARs. I actually kind of enjoy it after tutoring it. But if we could at least make all of the variables common across AWC, NWS, at least the naming conventions like TMP, DPT, POP. I know that probability of precip isn't in there. QPF, those things would be nice. Sorry.
No, so yeah, you know, somebody who started in this 25 years ago, I didn't quite get the teletype, you know, time, but I'm pretty sure that's the original reason why for the brevity, right? And you just used a word that I'm going to forget now, but it's like being in a secret club, right? I can decode a METAR and, you know, you can't. And so I feel really special about that.
It's sad.
But just thinking about could we improve them and maintain some of that brevity and keep them, you know, Chandler was talking about the remarks section at the end and how it, you know, reads like a full sentence usually and pretty easily if you have the secret decoder ring. But what I was thinking was, you know, we talked a little bit yesterday and today about the trends and stuff like that. So would it be helpful if we've got the temperature, we've got the dew point, and then we have a trend behind either one? It's either trending up or it's trending down. So is my morning fog getting ready to clear, or am I stuck with this for another couple of hours? Same with the wind direction. Is it pulling around to this direction? Has it been blowing from this direction for quite a while now? You know, what small changes can we make without overwhelming the next generation of pilots that are trying to decode this?
I'm a big
That's why
fan.
you're,
Is that Doug? Or
that's probably why you have to request 3 to 5 hours of METARs just to look at the trend.
One thing I want to add to your comment that you made here on the trend, and not in the US, but in some international locations, they actually have, and it's in the ICAO Annex 3 format, you know, it's a normal format, have a trend. It's like a 2-hour trend if you look up the definition. To that point, there's already the format enabling there. Maybe that's something that could be explored, you know, in the US. But that's something that's available at some locations. Don't ask me the criteria when the visibility gets below X. Well, then they put a trend report at the end of the METAR.
Okay, so we'll go to Rick in the room, and then I promise we'll go to our online. We have 3 questions online, but I'll go to Rick here first.
Okay, I'll be quick. I think really the best, easiest way for making this better is to expand the remarks. Things on ATIS are not in the METAR. Active runway, I don't know if that's important enough on the METAR, but crosswind certainly is. You could put additional things in the remarks section of the METAR that are not in there today to give a little more clarity to what's going on. My only comment.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Okay, we've got, so in order of hands raised, Ian, you are first. Go ahead with your comment.
Thanks, Nathan. So this is a very good discussion. Years ago, in terms of the METAR, years ago, the WITIC program had conducted a study basically trying to make METARs a bit more user-friendly. I'm a human factors guy, but I'm also a pilot, so I'm speaking with those 2 hats. And basically what we wanted to do is, you know, rather than have 2 pages that the pilot has to actually look at, it just go to that area of the METAR, whether it's on page 1 or 2 directly, and now the pilot has that information. So he or she doesn't have to go through so many pages to get to that. But I think we also need to take into consideration it would not be a one-size-fits-all. There are still some people that will want to use the coded METARs, and there's the section of the population who has somebody was saying, I think it was the captain, was saying that they were cheated. He felt that like they were cheating by translating it into English language, right? But I think that we have to really get the aviation community together, because the pilots may want to see it in a different format. The guys in the ground may want to see it in another format. And so we have to get a consensus, because in aviation, to maintain safety, we have to be speaking the same language. We need to be using the same codes. And so I'm concerned. I know progress is always good, but we have to get a consensus. And yeah, you speak to 14 different pilots, they're probably going to give you 14 different ways of trying to get something done based on their own opinions. So I think it's a good start, but we need to figure out how to get there. And I'm a firm believer if you can cut it down, but the information is what you need. You know, don't give me a whole long sentence. Just tell me exactly what it is. I can figure it out and we're ready to go. So I think this is a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Gary.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it seems a little bit better than yesterday, but go ahead.
Good. Yeah, I moved into Rams. So I guess with METARs and all this, if you guys remember, actually, I started this almost with Tom, thing where Tom Ryan, when I asked, did he think, an AWOS or ASOS or AFS were outdated for what's coming along? And I kind of view METARs, the data, the systems, I sort of have that same thing as I was listening. We heard a lot, everybody bringing up representativeness, which is something the WITIC program has done. I think one of the things that's kind of concerned me on the METARs and even third-party weather providers is everybody keeps talking for the pilot. The pilots are great, but we know people want to bring things in the air very soon, and we heard that without a pilot. And even if you're leaving the pilot, there's more and more automation and using EFBs and apps, which a lot of those apps are not certified, which is great because it gets technology out there quick. But you also sometimes can pull data in where you don't know the source, you don't know the limitations. And everybody gave all these examples of where a METAR, if it's mounted in the wrong place, is not representative of where you're going, if it's in the wrong part of the runway. You got to keep in mind, and I don't know how many people have worked on this, but if you're doing something that has any sort of safety critical implications, you've got to prove in some manner or be confident. And I asked this at the beginning, and it's hard to put it all on the manufacturer when they don't know the weather data is not giving them how it can fail, how you can give it bad data. So think about it. If I have a UAS start with, and it's flying into my court where I live, there's houses, depending where you are, you can have an open airway right up the road. The houses that are straight at the end of the court, there's nothing blocking them. One's on the side, the winds are blocked because there's houses on each side. One side of the houses, there's trees behind them. The other side has kind of a drainage ditch and more an open area. The winds are extremely different in our court. I can move around the court and have radically different winds. I now have a UAS that is very light compared to anything flying today. A METAR or third-party weather provider, I don't care who's doing it, they're going to not have a sensor front and back on every house or on everybody's porch. Every one of those porches is going to be different. The tolerance of a UAS may be 10 or 20 knots before it can fly into a house as it's delivering a pizza. If it crashes into my house and falls on a child or falls on a child in the street as it's going up, you have some level of hazard. Accuracy isn't the issue. You don't do this on accuracy. When you're proving something is safety critical, you either look at the hardware, and depending on the risk, it can't fail 1 times 10 to the minus 9th if it's catastrophic, 1 times 10 to the minus 6th if it's hazardous. If it's software, you have to check the software. Again, if it's catastrophic, you have to do MCDC, I think it's called, where you put every possible input and show you don't get a dangerous output. You set every possible output and show all the dangerous ones. There's no inputs that can cause it. Weather doesn't do that, which means the automation people are putting on, they have to know what's the worst case weather that they're going to have to detect. So if I feed a UAS coming to my porch and I say it's a 5-knot wind, and then actually at my house, there's a 20-knot wind because I'm not blocked and I'm at the end of the court and it crashes, that's an issue. And that has nothing to do with the accuracy. The accuracy is still there. I don't see that the weather, METARs, or anything are starting to look from a case of data that supports or enables automation to know the conditions, because weather has always been advisory to a pilot. Pilots, at least in some, they're going away. And even if they're evolving with automation, they've got to be able to then evaluate that data to know what's the worst case. And I haven't heard that METARs, third-party weather providers, are starting to move in that area to make those sorts of assessments on risk and can it cause an accident. And I kept seeing more and more examples of that, but nobody was really saying how to address them. We're trying to address them, as I showed you, by having sensors, whatever they are, work in a crowd to form a region and to use historical data, topography, all these other proximity to water, all these different things to select a good crowd that shows good correlation so that we have a high level of confidence that everything in that area. So in my court, as well as knowing if they don't agree, it can also identify where those are consistently. So if they consistently are biased at one house, and I know that's accurate, I can also identify risk if I'm going to a house at the front of my court instead of on the side. I don't know that's the only approach, but that's why we're trying to work with this crowdsourcing of sensors to try to get these metrics to support automation and to identify potential hazard data that automation's got to be able to detect that this is bad data and won't make a decision, because you're making decisions once you talk automation, especially autonomous, which is very different than a pilot who, as I showed you in our data, 82% said they use visual cues that they're not going to have. So that's really the big concern, you guys. The more I saw, it's like, how is automation using these things? And again, we're trying with crowdsourcing. I don't know if other people have other ideas on how you quantify the risk of data going into automation that could put an aircraft in hazardous condition relative to weather.
This is Mike Split. I'm just going to respond to a little component of that. You know, the hurricane wind community, when they're reanalyzing what actually happened somewhere, they'll have wind speed observations from all sorts of places with weird sighting. And what they do is look at the roughnesses of those locations. They try to take it up into the atmosphere and then bring it back down to some standard roughness, right? With the grassy field roughness. So in some sense, you could think that there is some wind that's above the airport, above the local roughnesses, that if you had that wind, You could bring it down to the part of the airport that's rough. You could bring it down to the part of the airport where it's not so rough. That estimate could use. It's the idea is you have a wind that represents a standard roughness. I wouldn't even suggest putting that into METAR, but that is something that could be done. You provide a wind at the airport that you can draw down to many different roughnesses. Now, where's the crux of this? There's places the procedure doesn't work so well. It's so badly cited that you have to start using this zero plane displacement height because you're in this canopy that's awful. So those sites you couldn't even do it in some of those locations because it doesn't work, but in some places you could. So that's just addressing a little component of that into, what would be the METAR wind that could be used? Well, maybe if we provide somewhere this kind of level playing field wind that is to a standard roughness, people could use that in other applications. I'm not actually suggesting that's what we'd send a pilot.
Is there something, Mike, just to ask what you responded, is there any way meteorologically, if something's in a bad location and you work it as a team to identify that, hey, that sensor we know for this type of situation, that data is no good because other things in the area, the runway, whether non-certified or certified, that's got to be outside what's meteorologically feasible or reasonable. And you discount it because of some of the things you said as another way, again, doing how we've been working with you and doing these crowds, but we haven't looked at meteorological ways of discounting a number because, if I have 1 mile per hour at the end of my court, I don't think I have 60 mile at the other end of my court, that just might not make sense.
I'll just respond quickly. I think there are ways if you have a defined tolerance level. Like I said, every wind observation may be representative of its little location, and it could be useful to somebody. But the question is, for a particular application, you might say, don't use this for this. So I think there are some objective ways to go that way.
All right. Okay, you want one more comment?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
just-
Chandler, and
just
then we'll
real
go to
quick.
Star.
So I think like with using UAS and even with new eVTOL technology, using ATIS that are even within that 5 mile radius, maybe like shoving a square peg into a round hole kind of a situation, right? That use case is for manned aerodromes. So I think, I don't know, maybe this is both a regulatory and an engineering problem, but I think with especially eVTOLs going through urban landscapes, we're going to need, first of all, more data. So it can't just be hourly because those things shift on orders of seconds and meters, firstly. And then second, I don't think that private delivery companies should be, and this is, again, just a personal opinion, should be able to deliver somewhere remotely that doesn't have any live weather sensor within like a 20 mile radius. And maybe that's like, and those numbers are just arbitrary, but maybe that's a regulatory problem that gets solved to the higher powers that be. But those are kind of my thoughts there.
Yeah, but again, we showed why extra data automation, if you have conflicting data, adding more data can actually make it harder on automation if you're not getting the same value. It's going to have a harder time than a pilot who can look and see is a flag flying or leaves moving, is there white caps, versus automation that says, I go if it's less than 10, I can't go if it's more than 10. I have to have coding in there that says what's safe and what's not, when I turn, or plats a riot like an FMS and says, these have winds that are below my tolerance. So if I have two conflicting numbers, how does it resolve it?
Okay, I'm going to go to Star since she's been waiting. Her hand's getting tired. And then we'll go to Brian here in the room.
I'm going to be really quick, Nathan. Thanks. So unfortunately, I'm going to go back a few minutes and the conversation, and I'm keying in on something, Nathan, some questions that you were asking about, trying to make modifications to the METAR, trying to, receive METAR information that's more timely, with the sensors even providing up to 5 minutes of data. So unfortunately, you're not going to hear Steve Maciejewski's talk tomorrow because we will be in a furlough accepted status, so we won't be in attendance tomorrow. But Scott Landolt is going to be giving a briefing for us tomorrow that will highlight some of the work that the FAA's Weather Observation Research Program is doing, some of which includes figuring out how, and for those of you who were in attendance the fall of last year, you heard the very beginnings of this, but figuring out how we kind of break that stovepipe of the METAR, because as somebody who's tried to impact change in the METAR for the last 15 years, I can tell you right now, it's a hill you don't want to die on. So it's the best way to characterize it. So Steve Maciejewski and his team, what they're looking at is how do we leverage currently available technology that's being deployed within both the National Weather Service and the FAA. Keep in mind, I'm talking for METAR locations here, not UAS and off-airport locations. But how do we leverage currently available technology to listen to sensor data? We're demonstrating that technology right now through LTE and TDM to IP listening devices right now, where the team has enabled the ability to collect raw sensor data anywhere from 5 seconds to 1 minute, and have that data available for processing and use. So as we continue to work that way, I would encourage the folks in the audience to start thinking about how could a non-METAR product potentially move the needle on your needs here, keeping in mind that the data would be coming from operationally approved sensors that feed the METAR. So we're not talking about issues with sensors that are, third-party weather provider sensors and whatnot. So Scott Landolt's going to touch on some of that with us or for you all tomorrow. And then if you have any follow-ups in those areas, I would encourage you to reach out to us when you're allowed to, which could be a while. But I just wanted to plant that seed, Nathan, that there could be alternate ways to receive that information, to receive up-to-the-date information, more importantly, to receive selective data information if we were able to archive it cloud-based and get it to our users. And then most importantly, getting that information to our stakeholders where potentially even they could create their own tailored products to feed their decision points. So Nathan, think like from your airline's perspective, your risk sets are different from other airlines, but you could tailor your decision guidance based on that. So these are directions that we're looking at, and I'm really sorry that we won't be talking to you tomorrow, but Scott's going to do a great job.
Thank you, Star. That's great to hear. I think, a big part of this is infrastructure, right? To really disseminate information more quickly, in modern, protocols, like we talked about upgrading ASOS and just communication infrastructure. Because if you start doing rapid 1 minute, 5 minute, or 5 second data, right, there's a lot of infrastructure that has to go into that. So Brian in the room has a comment or question.
Brian, can I cut in front of you? And please say yes, because I'm going to.
It depends. Is this part of a
Hey,
comment
who's the
that was
moderator?
made online? Because that's what I'm going to refer to.
Well, maybe. So go ahead.
Okay, would be for the one that was supposed to present today that couldn't.
Oh, no, I'm a different online.
Then cut in front of me first.
Okay. So first of all, I want to ask Anton and Natalia from NAV Canada to stand up and say hello to the room. Okay. So their colleague, Frederic Gagnon, who many of you probably remember, Eric Dupuis, who has retired from NAV Canada, and Frederic has taken his place and is online and has been contributing to the meeting chat, has pointed out 2 things that I think are fairly important. One, he says ICAO is currently in the final stages of developing METAR and TAF replacements to transition into information services. So it may be that this wheel we're trying to reinvent is already in the process of being reinvented. So we certainly don't want to duplicate that. And we as a community probably need to find out more about that before we continue down this path.
I think the implications of what's happening are what need to be discussed. Like we talked about in the spring, training standards, like our whole ecosystem of bringing up aviators into this world is going to have to adapt and change to those kind of things. So, because what happens is ICAO comes out with something and then everybody scrambles to figure out what to do and either ignores it for 10 years until it becomes mandatory, or, I think maybe this is an opportunity for us not to do that. Anyway, I'm getting on my hobby horse and I'm just the moderator. So go ahead, Brian.
Okay. And this kind of goes back to a little bit of what Ms. Strand and John, y'all were talking about the remarks and the abbreviations and having that secret decoder ring. But there was a comment made online by one of my peers, and I want to kind of bring up, because we talk about having more information. Sometimes the omission of information can cause a problem. And so I wanted to read an expert from an NTSB report, because again, today's theme is METARs, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You tell me what this is when you hear it. Weather. Lastly, the relevant weather was not provided to the crew. The meteorological aerodrome reports, or as we all know, is an aviation routine weather report, right? Was not provided to the crew, did not contain information about variable ceilings at Birmingham because the weather dissemination system used by UPS automatically removed the remarks section of METAR reports where this information was normally contained. Further, the air traffic controllers did not include the remarks information in the automatic terminal information service broadcast. It wasn't in the ATIS, right? So this lack of communication about the variable ceilings may have played a role in the flight crew members' expectation that they would see the airport immediately after passing 1,000 feet above the ground, when in fact, they only saw the runway about 5 seconds before impact. If they would have had access to the METAR remarks, the flight crew's awareness may have been aware of the possibility of lower ceilings upon arrival at Birmingham. The information was there. They didn't get it.
Yeah, and that particular flight planning system, I think, has now been upgraded since that accident.
Nathan, actually, Frederick Gagnon has his hand up. So let's say
All right.
bonjour to Monsieur
Yeah,
Gagnon.
Frederick, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, first time listener, first time caller. Yeah, I'm the new Eric, who had been the longtime manager of aviation weather services. I think to the previous gentleman's point, I think that ICAO is actually doing something that is very important as we transition from a METAR, which is a product, and obviously it's an imperfect product, which is why it has, in the States, especially a very heavy remarks section. But if you transition into an information service, you can put that information, those observation data sets into data. And once it becomes data, you can do whatever you want with it. You can rebuild a METAR if that's what's comfortable for a pilot in a cockpit. You can have it machine readable so that flight planning system can make appropriate decisions based on quality data. And so I think that that is what you can have. A METAR is an hourly or every 30 minutes if you do it the ICAO way. But there's nothing that says we're going to, because it's iWixen, because it's data, we're going to push it to the world every hour or every 30 minutes. But every 5 minutes, we're going to push a local report that will give to local crews operating within a TRACON or a tower or whatever. Once it becomes data, you can tailor it to whatever the user need is. If it's a METAR, you have to use translation machine, which is what the EFB does, right? It takes the METAR and it parses it and then translates it. Well, an information service is that, but to the extreme, right? It's using 21st century technology, getting rid of the 60s and just moving into the 21st century so that if you feel comfortable with a METAR, we'll give you that because we can easily transfer it back, right? Using very easy machine readable stuff. But if you have a very advanced flight planning system that United or Delta operates, well, we're going to give it way more data than the human can interpret in a few seconds or a few minutes. So I think that what ICAO is doing is actually very important work that has the potential to save a lot of time, lives, and money.
Thank you. That's really, I think, very well said. And it's like instead of the world taking a report and trying to break it down into its components, we will take information and then tailor that information to whatever the user needs to know. So that's a paradigm shift. And that's going to affect the entire community, the entire industry, right? I mean, I don't think we should discount what a shift that is. And so I think maybe we need another FPAW meeting on just the implications of that shift in mindset. Anyway, do we have another question online? I thought there was another hand up. Okay. So we're pretty much out of time, but we have any other comments in the room on this topic? I mean, I had a couple other things that we could talk about, but really my other questions were, how do we use technology? And I think what we've just heard is that our technology has to adapt to the new structure of information coming through. And then our training and standards have to follow that as well. So those were my topics that I wanted to bring up. But go ahead, Mike.
Well, when we asked NAV Canada to raise their hands, I thought they were going to come in and say something to us like, do you all have the same kind of discussions in Canada about the utility of METARs? Are pretty much people happy? Can you comment for us? Is this like, oh, that's the United States people? Wow.
I don't know if Anton wants to respond. I think that Canada and the US are special animal as it is in ICAO world because we're probably by far the least ICAO compliant couple of countries. We kind of go by our own rules. Statute of miles is the best example. Everywhere else in the world, visibility is in meters. So yes, we have the exact same questions of how to transition from a METAR into something else, and we're doing our best to make sure that we will keep with the ICAO developments as it relates to information services and swim-enabled weather observations and forecast. But for sure, it's going to take some time, and weather is still seen as an expense by a lot of service providers. So we're trying to change that narrative, because if you invest in quality data, then it becomes an investment as far as I'm concerned. So we're gaining some momentum, but still a lot of work to be done for sure.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Yeah, Anton Takeoff from NAV Canada. Not too much to add. Fred's on the ops side. I'm on the technology side, and all to say, like, there's still so many questions as to what the IWIXM is going to mean, and like we said, it's going to be a big impact. I was a bit surprised that it hasn't come up earlier in the conversations. Maybe there are a lot of unknowns as well, right? Like, what's that going to look like? We're going to put out information, but what do we want to see as users? So yeah, no answers, but interesting conversation. And yeah, maybe a whole other session just to say, like, what do we want to do with that? ICAO is going to come up with some standards. I know traditionally we've done things quite differently. We're more in line with you folks here, but maybe it's also an opportunity to be more aligned internationally with a common data product that then different users can use appropriately.
Yeah, I think tons of opportunities here. Any other comments from our panelists? Okay. Any other comments online? Once. All right, so our next session is at 2 o'clock local time here. So we will break for about 15 minutes and get started again. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
That's what I hope. I felt it place. It's like very nice. I mean, I love these cards. Yeah. Can you better step money? Wait, dance around here. So like, okay. This thing, yeah, and then updating learning. Yeah, now 80% of yeah, that's a big something that. Yeah, I don't. I know we're not going to. Yeah, and it might not necessarily be a problem. But why are you starting thinking of better than you? Where they're all better. Oh, wow, there you go. Well, no, it's private sector, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, I don't think I know that. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think as lean fast. Slowly. Yeah. Changing stuff. I made them talking about this stuff. That's what we want to do. Same presentation. Well, we could be a lab. Just put them down. Yeah. But I feel like I'm not anything of the operation. I got really far. That makes it a time. Right now, like and so then AWOS size player. It's like, well, thanks. It's like, right there, why am I like, oh, that's like rock. I have to learn that you have to learn that. So I, yeah. I think about But we talk about yeah. So we come, but we do training that's the action. So I feel like it's hours and how we got to do it. I know everything else yet. Right. Right. Not have to pull up the public figure it out. But there is two different when I'm in a flight deck, and I'm mostly I'm holding a table, VFR type tool. So I and I find that METAR, LCS, which you're like, now I have to fall, I need a shit arm, right? Like, you know what I mean? Not working on that. Yeah. Ways. Okay. Okay. Well, that's here's the one thing. Nice sounding. Yeah. It's still actually small aircraft. Myself, splitting them. Yeah. I would think that there's an hour. Right. Yeah, because we're going to sure what's the right. That's right. It's already there. Right. Yeah, I know. It's like weather. Yeah, well, I think that would be, you know, that doesn't.
Sorry, I had like a idea that just like, I gotta write that down. I've got a real bad problem of like coming up with good ideas and like never writing it down. So I'm like, that thing that I just said, I'm like, well, I could start working on that. Like, yeah, like I could. Yeah, probably, yeah. 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 Yes, yeah. Well, but that could be at the top of the paragraph that's generated, like say, hey, here's the METAR, the whole METAR, and then here's like, you know, synopsis or whatever, like AFP language you want to use. So. Yes, yeah, exactly. I think that would be incredibly. Great. No, it's okay. Rub it in. Rub it. Rub it in. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Exactly. I do. I have a little section on there, and it's like I don't want to put ads on there, and I don't want to say quality either. And that's like the two options that I have. I feel like it's kind of. I also feel kind of gutting, like they pay me for a good kind of. So from my research, it was not great. I'm not a lawyer either, but from my research, right when you publish it, it's IP, NC, and copyright. So if somebody like came along, but I don't know what extent that is, like, because there is a gray area there, right? Like, that's not my like software that I used to like visualize that 3D. I used Esri's Steam View, right? But that's not mine. But also Esri has an open source, so say that you can't just like remake it. Just as long as it doesn't look like my site, and I can argue that you copy. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Again, like that is a good idea to get that box down a little bit. But at the same time, if somebody like posts that, I'm not like my thing. You know, it's just like yeah. So if something that goes along and makes you better and get it out to more people, more power to that. But honestly, that's right. Like that's really what I want. That's something to it. Something to make it better. That's exactly what that was kind of like a wake up call. This was what I did over one summer, and we have airlines. Well, you know, we have airlines with full these things. I think that's a story from the world to make. Yeah, exactly. We're AWC. That's what I want. Yeah, yeah, it's got everything that I don't have and more yet. So. Real quickly. That is the best server I can find. Probably over cybersecurity too. Stacks. I got like I look on Google Analytics like who's viewing using the site, and there's like people why I know people from Poland, China, and Russia accessing one website. Find those things. Yeah. Yeah, well, I did, my hosts are, like, maybe going through some weeks that's like, hey, we found a bad actor trying to access, like, trying to SSH into your server. I'm like, and they're like, yeah, well, you also haven't commented your exact path to your website in your code. I was like, yeah, that's also kind of on me. So like, all you had to do was like command inspect, and then you would find like the path to my public viewing site directory. And I was like, that's how it looks. I know, that's somehow the right way to test that. But I think what they're really trying to like Nomad, something like that. Nomad. I don't want to shut down the corporate domain, but that was like. But it's not. That's the I don't know what it is, but it's all type of separately. Is there you know what I mean? That's all right. I like it. That's even more. Right. Thank you for. But I don't I was part of us. So, yeah.
Okay, find our chairs and we will get final part of today's meeting.
I think that I don't. Well, it's good. Yeah. So they don't. This was a good first. But
Folks, we will get going now. My MITRE colleague, Dr. Brian Pettigrew, is lined up here to talk a little bit about a internally funded MITRE research project on turbulence detection. And let me see. Brian, are you ready to rock?
I will do my best. Can you hear me, Matt?
Gotcha, completely. Good afternoon, sir. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everybody else in the room and online. Hopefully this will be a nice welcome break from talking about METARs and surface observations. I'm going to take everybody up to turbulence now, another very hot topic, and I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of good opinions. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find my PowerPoint presentation to share.
Not like you've never done this before.
Oh, I know, but Teams changes every other day. Oh, there it is. Found it. Can you see my screen, Matt?
Yes, we can, and you're in presentation mode now. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I appreciate you guys letting me drop in and present to you guys some of our work on turbulence. I know it doesn't fit the mold of the last couple days, but we are just trying to get some of our work out into the open, and eventually get from just internal work to show the rest of the community some of the work we're doing, try to express the value of it, and get everybody's kind of input. We definitely want to have industry experts, everybody kind of seeing what we're doing, provide us feedback, and just in general, you know, we want to make sure we're doing the right type of work for the right type of mission. I know a number of you, I've already shown some of these presentations, so I apologize, you get to see it again. So anyways, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Brian. I work with Mr. Franzak and Dave Strand, all from MITRE. My previous days, I was a meteorologist at the Aviation Weather Center. So FPAW has been a huge part of my life for about the last 10, 15 years. And I enjoy every time I get to come and commiserate with everybody about all the issues impacting aviation and weather altogether. So thanks for having me here. So as Matt mentioned, this is an internally funded project. Going into a little bit of the motivation, of course, you know, turbulence is all over the news usually. We've seen everything from some of these last minute events with people getting injured, making the news all over time. We're also seeing a lot of results coming out of work from Paul Williams, showing how clear turbulence events are not only happening at a greater occurrence, but are anticipated to keep growing as the atmosphere gradually changes. And so the more this is anticipated to happen, the more tools we want to have out there that helps us prevent some of these potential injuries. So we know this is still an issue, and we want to contribute to the body of work that everybody's been doing in this field, and be able to add some value and add extra information to that. So a couple of the gaps that we seek to address in this work is that a lot of the issues we commonly see with PIREPs, you know, and EDR reports these days is that unless it's planned and flown around, turbulence is only observed when we encounter it. So you see someone else hit it, so then you know to try to avoid it along that flight path. So, you know, when we think about the different forms of turbulence, we're all familiar with the mountain waves, convective and clear air forms of convection. We have a number of tools out there that are very good at forecasting where some of we can anticipate some of these events, and we can plan a lot of our flights around it. Especially mountain wave and clear air turbulence. The NWP has only gotten better, and we're better at identifying some of these areas in advance. But there are some areas where maybe we don't get it. You know, our planned routes and our plans for turbulence are only as good as the forecast, but sometimes the forecasts are wrong. So we want to be able to have ways to further detect it when we're in flight, and, you know, be able to disseminate this information to the right people, the pilot, or the people talking to the pilot at dispatch. How can we inform them and give them a little bit of heads up as to maybe seeing something before they hit it, and giving them some kind of tactical awareness, maybe not to avoid it, but maybe this is where we can say, hey, put your seatbelts on so we can reduce injury. Put the cart away. We have a couple minutes. Let's try to make sure everybody's secure. And so we're looking at different ways that we can leverage remote detecting capabilities to kind of get us in that direction where we can find that 5-minute lead time advance to secure the cabin. And of course, you know, we want to do this because the fleet's anticipated to grow. We're going to have more planes. We're talking about GA types even too. We know they're starting to kind of get into the automated turbulence reporting. So we want to be able to support that growing fleet as well. And then of course, in the future, we're going to eventually see UAS. This is an option that many of us are already working in. You know, so we want to be able to get down this road eventually to a more holistic solution. So this is kind of what our goal is. So our vision from MITRE's standpoint is to build something that we can to build on in the future, to improve the safety of flight, and make sure that all the appropriate missions have the appropriate information with which they can hopefully protect lives and property through the turbulent events. So we're here at the first phase, remote detection and forecasting. And mostly we are looking at forecasting via remote detection without the involvement of any NWP at the moment. And eventually we want to be able to integrate this type of information into cabin safety enhancements. And then, as I discussed, we want to get into the impact on emerging air vehicles such as air taxis, helicopters, flights at different scales, GA. We want to make sure we have this kind of information for everybody. So the work here is going down two different ways. If you, the savvy artist here, we're looking at two forms of remote detection. So I'm going to go back a slide. One, you know, it looks like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer here. This is our plane shooting a LiDAR laser out ahead of the plane to try to detect clear air turbulence. And then, of course, we're looking at holistic weather from geostationary satellites. So the project envisions two different systems here. So we're two projects looking at the similar problem, but we're two different skill sets. So we have a very well-versed group of scientists here that are looking at optics and laser technology, and they're looking at the ability to provide 2 to 5 minutes of lead time. And when you think about a Part 121 flight, you know, that's shooting out to probably 30 miles, 35 miles out ahead. Corey, I see your hand up, and I am not adverse to questions in the middle of the presentation, so hit me up, man. No? All right, I'll keep going then. So the idea here is the clear air laser. What we see here on the left, moderate turbulence. The laser is detecting particles in the atmosphere, not the oxygen, but if I listen to my optics and science guys, they're telling me that they're pinging mostly off of nitrogen particles in the atmosphere. And so from this, they're able to detect the chaotic motions from the nitrogen particles in the atmosphere via the LiDAR. Since I'm not an expert on this part particularly, I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds on the laser detection. Right now, we're doing a number of laser demonstrations via an indoor lab setup, showing that we can optimize the proper strength of laser technology and detection to be able to provide this 2 to 5 minute warning lead time. So our goal beyond this is to be able to then eventually demonstrate this on test aircraft in the future. So these are all plans given the next year, but right now the results and the demonstrations internally have been very promising with what they've been able to capture in terms of visually seeing clear turbulence. The second part of this we hope to address is leveraging, trying to capture those areas of isolated convection that aren't often detectable right away. So we see a lot of issue, envision a flight going along cruise. Maybe they won't see anything on their onboard radar. At some point, a cloud starts to grow underneath. They try to fly over it. Or in the case of this visual loop, they try to fly a gap, not knowing that that storm is going to develop right underneath it. And they get hit pretty hard. And this is where we see a lot of the severe turbulence accidents, mostly when they're trying to fly up and over a storm, getting bounced around unsuspectingly, and then having to return back to the airport or deter to another airport to address injuries on the plane. One of the ways we're hoping to do this, obviously there's been a lot of work done in the area of capturing waves and convection via radar. So we're going back to a little bit of the drawing board and trying to find more holistically the top-down visual approach and leveraging, convective work in satellite detection to help zone in on some of these regions and capture where we think might be susceptible to turbulence, either growing rapidly or growing less rapidly, but could still provide some information on seatbelt use. And maybe there's some mature convection. We should just let you know that there's probably going to be some turbulence around. So these are some of the goals we are trying to achieve here with the satellite detection part of this. And this is where I'll talk a little bit more, just because I'm a little bit more versed in this area in my team. So just kind of our basic concept of operations. We are using the geostationary satellites, particularly what is now the GOES 19. It was GOES 16 up until a couple of months ago. There's been a lot of work in the past being done to try to nowcast convection. So that's, literature. That's where we started looking at some of those concepts. How can we build on some of those concepts and advance, detection, identifying, mature convection versus immature growth, something that's going to grow rapidly. And then can we turn these into quick 5-minute update alerts that provides a 5-minute update, at least a 5-minute update. In some instances, we might be able to see beyond that, but just kind of a visual area on where you might want to have seatbelts and secure your cabin. And so our conceptual model, and this is just a kind of a user interface conceptual model we've devised. We're just doing a color difference between what we think is going to be rapidly growing and may not be visually detectable quite yet by an onboard radar, versus what you might be able to detect in the area, and you acknowledge the existence of convection already around you. And again, you might want to make sure you secure your cabin because you could run into some bumps. The output, of course, is a georeferenced data set. So we do make pretty pictures, but we also output the data in a georeference set so that, in the future, if anybody ever wanted to ingest the data into their own system and make it a different color, whatever they want to do, we do make it in a way that this is transferable in use. The basic concept here is rapid deployment. Some of the previous work used a lot of information on 30-minute or 15-minute growth rates, and that was before Ghost 16 came out with a 5-minute update rate, especially across the US. So we are trying to infer and look more in depth into those 5-minute growth rates, because a lot can happen in 5 minutes. And so early prognostications have shown us that when we do this, we actually increase a little bit of our precision and not over forecasting or overselling where the convection is going to be. So a couple of examples here on the left, when we're just thinking of kind of a longer time stretch, when we look at the cooling rate for one of the infrared bandwidths, we see a lot of potential areas that could be exposed to convection coming up. When you look at the radar image, that actually never comes to fruition. But when we look at maybe a more recent cooling rate of some of the growth and cloud and convection growth, we tend to get fewer alerts out there. That's a little bit more congruent with the radar depiction. 30 minutes later, we see little spot showers popping up. So this is something we're advancing. We've actually advanced a couple new iterations of this beyond just the cooling rate. And we are, finalizing some initial validation on this at the moment. We also put out kind of an internal user visual interface. We can kind of visualize our real-time data as we're producing it. And every time we make a new update or we add a new feature, we can go in and look at it and think about how this is helping out. Oh, good. I'm right at 20 minutes. So from our satellite side of things and the remote detection, I think I already talked with the laser team. They're hoping to onboard, do some test flights to adapt theirs. But in terms of the upgrowth rapid convective alerts, one of the things we would like to do and we're trying to do is leverage and refine the algorithm based on EDR reports. We would love to be able to identify and correlate some of this to an actual turbulence intensity. That's hard to do. So this is something we're working through right now because it's a very rare event. So it's very hard to find those observations when this kind of explicit event happens. So this is something we're thinking through different methods with which we want to approach this. And then, of course, we're always welcome to feedback or collaboration and working with anybody in the industry or other labs that are interested in the same work. We're very welcome to any of that feedback and collaboration. And with that, I will cede back 10 minutes to the rest of the group. Because I know I don't want to hold up the celebration at hand that I know is later this afternoon.
Very good, Brian. Thank you, and very informative. In the room, any questions for Brian? Here comes one, Brian.
Awesome.
Put your seatbelt on. This is going to be a doozy, I can tell.
Well, I need to see who's asking.
James Pinto from NCAR.
Hey, James.
Great talk. I'm curious. So you didn't really go into much detail about the algorithm. I'm assuming it's perhaps a machine learning based approach, but maybe correct me if I'm wrong. And if it is, what was your training data set? Since, as you mentioned, intense turbulence outbreaks are pretty rare, so it's hard to get a significant training data set to develop the machine learning model.
Yeah, James, great question. The simple answer is no, this is not machine learning yet. We started physics-based and kind of built it around that at first. Machine learning thoughts are in the future. We are looking at different methods that we can do that, especially given the shortfalls that you just identified and we've identified, being that these are rare events, they're hard to capture. So we're trying to be very delicate with our approach to make sure we do it right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was also wondering if you had taken a look at the NTDA data set.
I've looked at NTDA in the past. Yeah.
To see if that might help. But I know that requires there to be cloud, so that may not be exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. We've thought and considered about it. I've read, I've done a bunch of with it in the past with my days in the AWC. Yeah, no, that's good feedback, and perhaps we could go back and look at that and see if there's opportunities to leverage NTDA to improve this.
Brian, it's Christian Amaral with Alpha.
Hey, Christian.
Good stuff. I was just curious about, I'm trying to think about, when this could be operationally deployed. I know in the past, the LiDAR stuff was really, it required a very heavy, cumbersome sensor. And what kind of gains you've made, what kind of gains have been made with that technology that would make this operational anytime soon? And then it sounds like maybe the second piece, the USIT, could be deployed sooner. I just wondered if you could, share some feedback on that. Thanks.
Yeah, Christian, thanks for the questions. The laser part, I'm not going to offer up any formative answer on that one. They are hoping to be able to, at a minimum, deploy some onboard testing next year. That is our hopes, so that we can further demonstrate and prove the capability that we've done within the lab setting. So come back to me next year, Christian, and hopefully I'll have more news for that on that one. On the satellite side of things, that is our goal, is in the next year to be able to identify an operational partner who might want to deploy this for use. Where that is, we don't know yet. We're still trying to demonstrate it to the rest of the industry to garner interest in it and find more use cases that help us improve it.
Hey, Brian, this is Matthias Steiner from NCAR.
Hey, Matthias.
I have a question for you in terms of what convection does to the atmosphere. Is the same or the inverse, like if you drop a rock in a pond of water where you get an initial strong response and then waves traveling away from convection. And where I'm going here is that clear air turbulence is often associated with convection, not necessarily in the vicinity, but it could be significant distances away from the convection that triggered it. And so how are you trying to capture that when it's really in clear air and the satellite may not see it either?
Very good question, Matthias. Thank you. I don't think we are trying to capture it with this. We are not looking for wave patterns. So we're really looking for the center of that where the rock hits. We're trying to identify more of that. We do account for convection that might already be ongoing, and we explicitly make some of those areas bigger because we anticipate some of that wave pattern to get out. So I know some of those waves can travel up to 100, 200 kilometers away from the center of the convection. So we intentionally right now are making our alert areas much bigger to account for some of that, but we are not explicitly looking for that. But what I will say is that phenomena itself makes validating a very narrow use case very challenging. And so we've had to try to allow ourselves a little bit of grace, given that we're going to have a lot of clear air turbulence that gets mixed in with these types of data sets that maybe we weren't looking for to begin with.
So you're really trying to alert for rapidly growing convection early on that you wouldn't fly over them because you may get punched, and you try to alert for that.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is Mike Split with Florida Tech. I had a question. This may not be relevant for your observation strategy. I just know that with NexRad, in terms of the spectrum width, depending on the angle you're looking at, the volume of atmosphere, that wind shear can get aliased into the spectrum width. Do you have any equivalent kind of issues with your LiDAR detection?
Well, that's a good question. I want you to send an email to LiDAR. The short answer is I don't know. But if you are willing to send me a follow-up email with that exact question, I will forward it to our LiDAR team. They are made up of mostly chemical and optical engineers who have a better idea of what they're looking at than myself.
Hey, Brian, it's Nathan from United.
Hey, Nathan.
I'm curious if MITRE or if you guys are familiar with some of the research that University of Wisconsin has been doing with, I think theirs is more AI based with, like lightning cast, prob severe, and they're using the satellite data to sort of find the convective cells that are more vigorous than others, which is essentially what it seems like what you're trying to do. Maybe you're trying to capture it more in the initiation stage, and maybe their algorithm maybe is more reflective of the, more mature cells. But it seems to me like you could combine your efforts into a pretty compelling satellite-based algorithm that really helps users differentiate convective cells from each other in terms of their risk of turbulence. And then there's all sorts of applications of this, not just turbulence, but convective or permeability. Are pilots going to be willing to fly around, near, over this particular cell versus another cell? It would help us move away from our sort of love affair with radar reflectivity, which oftentimes doesn't really give you this information. Anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. Yeah, we are. I'm pretty aware of Tony's work, and we're really trying to leverage, observation only based kind of forecasts. Trying to stay away from invoking NWP right now, and I think Tony's work does a little bit of that. But his work's really good, so we're keeping our eye on that. And we've been talking to Tim Ramos at Boeing, who's, I know, a big proponent of Tony's work. And I think there are opportunities in the future to definitely try to blend some of the concepts here and maybe come up with something better.
And Brian, we have a question online from, and I got a low better. We have a question online from Captain Doug Morris.
Okay.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Doug.
Listen, I have an interview next week with a German company, and they have a product called CTES, Convective Induced Turbulence Alert System. Sounds very similar to yours. You know anything about it?
Okay. I don't actually. I would love to hear more about it.
Do you want a job?
We can talk later.
They're offering 10% of the investments for every airline you tag in. All right. Okay, so you've never heard of them. Okay, thank you.
No, but I'd love to hear more about it. So please reach out.
Okay.
And Brian, Doug did put the information about that company in chat, so you can take a peek at it there if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like the room is silent. Nobody standing up at the mic. We had an online question and we're just about right on time. So Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you filling in this this short slot with yet another observation product. This one, instead of being surface-based, being up in the air. Good stuff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Matt. And thanks for letting me have the audience for 30 minutes.
Roger that. Okay. We are amazingly, especially as compared to yesterday, on time. And so in an effort to remain, number 4 is dying. In an effort to remain on time, we are now going to transition to an FPAW special event recognizing aviation weather leadership. And so on that note, I'm going to ask Matthias and Bruce Carmichael to accompany me up to the raised area. I don't know. You don't have to read anything if that's what you mean. Let's just stand out front. If we need to sit out front, we can sit out front. I know. I just changed my mind on the way over here. So, whoops, wait a minute, just a second. I've got a piece of paper somewhere. So when you do this stuff for a while, the dates kind of become blurry and the events sort of disappear. And so I ended up this morning having to go back on the internet and look up stuff to make sure that I was reasonably accurate with what I was saying. So I want to start off by saying that I spent 34 years at Delta Airlines, or not quite 34 years there, and almost all of it was in and around the operations area. So I consider myself an ops guy. And as I was relaying to Matthias earlier today, when I received my undergraduate degree in meteorology, I was already working for Delta at the time, and Delta had an opening in the Met shop literally weeks after I got my degree. And of course, I'd been chatting with them the whole time that I was up here and going to school, and they said, fine, keep going to school. And so I did, and I graduated and came down to Atlanta to interview for this position. And as was the case then, may still be the case now, I don't know. Maybe Mark could help me with that. We had to go take the psych test and interview with Dr. Janis, the senior. There was a Dr. Janis, the junior, later on. And Dr. Janis called me into his office, and the big question in those days was, when Janis invites you into his office, do you sit in the rocking chair or not sit in the rocking chair? And does it make any difference whether you're selected, whether you sit in the rocking chair or don't sit in the rocking chair? I don't remember where I sat. What I do remember vividly is after him looking at my results and whatnot, he kind of looked up and said, you need to go back to school. And I said, no, you don't understand. I'm married. We're going to start a family. I've got a job waiting for me here in Atlanta working in the Met department. I just graduated with a degree. I want to learn how to do what I was taught to do in school. So no, I don't want to go back to school. And then he said, okay, fine, but you need to go back to school. And so we literally argued for 10 minutes until finally he said, okay, fine. And he signed me off, and away I went. And in July of 1978, if I remember correctly, I walked into the Delta Metro shop, and there was a fellow named Dave Strand in there at the time working as a meteorologist at Delta Airlines, and a bunch of other, what did ChatGPT, seasoned veterans in that department. And I learned how to do what purportedly I had been taught to do in school, but clearly I had not really understood exactly the scope and extent of what I was going to be doing relative to what I did in school. Fast forward, however, many, many years, I retired from Delta. Rick Curtis, after a winter of loneliness in Cedar Rapids, Iowa in 2008, 2009, while working for Rockwell Collins, great company, great product, great people. Cedar Rapids and Matt didn't get along very well. Started at MITRE in 2009. In 2010, I started attending AMS. In 2013 in Austin, the program chair of the Aviation Range and Aerospace Meteorology Conference was some fella named Matthias Steiner. And I believe, frankly, that this may have been the first time that I had an opportunity to interact with you to any degree other than to see you up on a stage delivering a presentation. But I was terribly impressed with the quality of the program and with you know the person that had arranged this thing. In 2015, I was elected to ARAM, and in 2017, because I just can't say no, I too became a program chair of the 18th ARAM conference. And I didn't know what I was doing. And I had no idea where to start. And I had no clue what I was supposed to do with all these spreadsheets and forms and everything that AMS had sent me. And so I did what, you know, a good dispatcher does, right? When they're not sure what to do. And that is you turn to the dude next to you who knows more than you do. And I said, help me out. And in this case, I reached out to Matthias and I said, Matthias, I'm supposed to do this thing that you did a couple of years ago, and I have no idea how to do what I'm supposed to do. And we talked, and finally he said to me, Matt, you have a block of time. You can do with that block of time whatever the heck you want to do. Just go and do it. And so I went and I did it. Poor Heather. That was the year that I think I double dipped Heather on the final day of the conference. Yeah, but that's another story for another day. The next year in 2018, oh, and by the way, I'd been attending FPAWs fairly regularly since about 2010 when I was at MITRE. In 2018, I believe the FPAW planning meeting, Bruce Carmichael came up to me and said, hey, I've retired, or I'm retiring. I don't exactly know the correct tense to put in there. I think I've retired is the correct tense. And he said, would you like to kind of do what I've been doing, but as a co-chair? I said, well, I kind of like doing this stuff. Sure, I'll take that on. Who else do you have in mind to pair me up with? And he said, Matthias Steiner. And I said, oh, I think that's something that I could not only do, but would very much enjoy doing. And so in 2019, I think is actually when we, the meeting minutes suggest that in 2018, the fall meeting, Bruce was still the chair. Correct. But I think our first full meeting was in 2019 in the spring, I think. It gets blurry. In any event, all of that is to say that since 2018, 2019, I have had the privilege and honor of working with this gentleman to my right on a near continuous basis. You know, you wonder how something like this happens. We talk every other week, all year long, and in between, we talk to our session leads to set up the next meeting. So we are literally, we got a bromance thing going. Yeah, I think so. We are as tight as can be. And Nathan, you know what's facing you now, baby. In that time, and this is a Brian Beck line. It's a wonderful line, and I'm stealing it. In that time, as co-chairs for the Friends and Partners in Aviation Weather, Matthias and I have grown as friends and partners. And we absolutely, well, I'm not going to say we, but I think I can say we. I absolutely enjoy that relationship and working with Matthias. So I thank you very much for that, sir. It's been an honor and a pleasure. But I want to say one other thing, and this is the part that's going to get me, so I apologize ahead of time. But as an ops guy, I often wondered if Dr. Janice's advice of going back to school, I wondered if I belonged in this arena. Because I'm a dispatcher, right? I'm a forecaster. I'm an ATC coordinator. But what Matthias unknowingly, or maybe knowingly, I don't know, has done for me is he has assured me that, yes, Matt, you belong in this space. You're okay there. And I am just eternally grateful for that, and will take that to my grave. So I thank you very much for that. Okay, now, enough of that. I asked Bruce to come here because Bruce, A, knows where the bodies are buried, and B, has even more of the backstory than I do about Matthias and his time. So Bruce, I'm going to hand this over to you to take it from there.
All right, Matt, thanks. Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here in the room with all of my esteemed colleagues and a number of you online. Sorry that our government folks are not able to be with us today. We miss having you here. So let me provide a little context. I was the head of the Aviation Applications Program at NCAR for a number of years. And at some point in my tenure, I convinced Matthias to join me as the scientific leader of the Aviation Applications Program, which so he oversaw all of the different application groups, the turbulence, the convection, the icing, and so on. And so that was a fine relationship, and he and I were partners in crime for a number of years. When it came time for me to retire, there were a couple of issues that I needed to deal with. One of them was who was going to replace me as director of the program. And Matthias was the obvious choice. And he did it without too much hesitation. He stepped in when I left. But the other problem was FPAW had been operating with myself and a woman named Rhonda McGaffick, sort of providing the leadership, and Rhonda provided all of the behind the scenes support to keep the thing rolling. So Rhonda's going to stay, and it would make sense for her to be involved with the program, but I'm leaving, and who's going to step into my shoes? Well, being an NCAR guy, I said, well, we need to find an NCAR guy who's willing to step into my shoes. So I go to Matthias, and he says, well, I don't know. He says, I'm a scientist. I'm on the ladder track. I'm trying to publish papers and do all of this scientific stuff, and I don't think I have time for all of that FPAW stuff. So I said, well, what if we find a co-chair someplace to work with you to sort of divide and conquer? I said, well, maybe we could do that. So together we started trying to think about who might be a good co-chair, and Matt came up as a strong contender for that job. So we approached him and asked him, and he seemed to jump at the chance. And so it was an interesting arrangement because, frankly, NCAR and METAR were not always on the best of terms. I mean, we're sort of competitors in the FFRDC research community. So having two sort of competing companies co-leading an effort was a novel idea. But I think it's worked out really, really well. And what Matthias brought to this job in a lot of ways were things that I could never have brought. I mean, for one thing, he's a working scientist who could look at things as a working scientist. And he's very proactive in moving science into application. That's sort of one of his hidden talents. So he comes to this with the idea that there's a lot of good science out there, but if you can't figure out how to move it into an application environment, it's kind of a wasted effort. He's also really good with people. Matthias is friendly, outgoing, cordial, easy to work with. So he's an ideal person to work in a leadership role. So I'm just really pleased at the time that he and Matt have worked together. I think it's been a great relationship. And I'm equally confident that the new relationship between Matt and Nathan is going to be good. It'll be a different dynamic. I mean, Nathan is not a scientist. He's a different kind of guy. So we'll have two ops guys now driving the train. Yeah. But you got scientists around that you can drag in when you need them. So when you've got Scott over here who's now sitting in the chair at NCAR. So anyway, thank you guys for a great job for the past few years. And Matthias, thank you for all the support you've given me. I appreciate it.
Can I rebuke? Yes, all these things that were said. No, I'm just thanking both of you in different ways. I mean, maybe start with you, Bruce, first. You believed in me and you enabled me to do things. I truly appreciate that. You gave me opportunities and I saw them and I ran with it and it worked out well. So thank you for your trust. Matt, well, that's a whole other ballgame. But I think we were very complementary in so many ways. You like to talk, me not so much. You know, it's a lot of things that really worked well because you were the face, outgoing, talking to people, and I was behind the scenes and I was saying, Matt, have you thought about this? Oh, we should do that, and taking notes. So I think we worked really well together. And you're absolutely correct that we have grown together in many ways. We know each other's lives and families and kids and grandchildren and hobbies and you name it. And this is what friendship is about. So thank you very much. And I hope what you said before in terms of I was enabling you, yes, this is sort of like paying forward. And last one to you, Nathan. Thank you for agreeing to step into my shoes here. And I know that you and Matt will work well together and you know how to reach me if you have questions.
Oh, okay. Now, I hope that this is a surprise, but Bruce Carmichael left FPAW leadership back in 2018 or 19, and FPAW never really gave him, in my opinion, a proper send-off. So we are going to give you a 6-year delayed proper send-off, Bruce. And the way that we're going to do this is by inviting a couple of voices from the deep, dark past who are going to come in remotely to tell some stories about you. Now, so that being the case, I'm unsure where to ask you to. Well, actually, there are going to be some slides, so you're going to need to sit somewhere where you can see the screen. So why don't maybe Bruce, you get up here, and Matthias, and I'm going to go actually invite Warren Qualley to unmute and say hello. And meanwhile, Warren, I'm going to get your presentation up and rolling.
Sounds good, Matt. I'm glad I could join at least remotely. I wasn't able to get out there in person as I would have preferred to have done, but had a pesky 45th wedding anniversary trip that I just got back from late last evening. So But I'm glad to be here today, glad to be able to say a few words about the founder of Friends and Partners in Aviation Weather. Matt is going to put up my slide deck here, and I'll start off by saying, and Matt, whenever you get it up and running, let me know, or hopefully I'll be able to see where you are on it.
Keep dancing.
Okay. A few of you who've attended these meetings for several years will recall that I've done a couple of history of FPAW presentations. I actually did 3 now that I think about it. One of them was on behalf of Campbell, who couldn't make one of the meetings in Orlando. And so I pulled some information from those as in my unofficial role as FPAW historian, and updated it to the best of my knowledge, because I've only been able to make one meeting in the last 4 or 5 years since I retired from Southwest Airlines. I did attend the meeting that was at Southwest or I guess just a year ago, now that I think about it. But anyway, Bruce has played a little bit more than a small part in FPAW. And when Matt reached out to me a couple months ago and asked if I'd be interested in either coming out there or doing it remotely to kind of go through some of what Bruce is responsible for spawning, I jumped at the opportunity.
Keep dancing.
I thought you were all set out there.
I thought I was
I'm looking
too.
at my clock and it's ticking away here. Anyway, there we go. And you're ready to go.
Yeah, let me do one more thing, Warren, and then we'll be ready to go. Stand by. All right, rock and roll.
Okay. There we go. Go ahead and start clicking. How did the Friends of Aviation Weather get started? And that was the name of it to begin with. It wasn't, the Partners was not inserted till a little bit later. But there were 4 main events that occurred in the 90s. The FAA convening the Aviation Weather Users Forum, and the output of that was a long list of requirements for the FAA to perform based on airline input. Then there were budget cuts in the mid-1990s, and that led to the demise of the NWS Aviation Weather Branch. And then the third thing was the 1995 release of that FAA-funded National Research Council study called Aviation Weather, a Call for Federal Leadership. And then in that, the recommendations were that the FAA and not the National Weather Service would take federal leadership role for aviation weather, which was unique when you think about it. Ron McPherson, then the director of NCEP, had a vision that resulted in the creation of the Aviation Weather Center. Those events led to, go ahead here, the first Friends of Aviation Weather meeting held in Dallas in 1997 at the NBAA annual convention. There were 4 men there. You can see them listed: Dave Rodenhouse, Paul Smith, Carl Knabel, who sends his regards, Bruce. I communicated with him to see what information he had that I could build into this. Carl's doing fine in retirement, but wasn't able to get on this call or go out there. And then last but not least, of course, is Bruce. Go ahead. The purpose was to bring together 3 areas: government, academia, and industry, to build a strategy for aviation weather. That meeting lasted 3 days. And as I said here, it was interesting. But fortunately, there are no casualties. That occurred later, I think. But bottom line is the Friends of Aviation Weather became the Friends and Partners in Aviation Weather, and formed due to the user perception that neither the NWS or the FAA took any real leadership or ownership role in aviation weather. these things will start populating the attendee list from that first meeting, though. Bruce, of course, headed it up. You can read the names. You'll recognize some of the names. Some are, I'm looking down here. One who I guess passed away not too long ago, a real contributor and leader, John McCarthy. And then Wayne Sand, I know, is going to be speaking here in a few minutes. I'm looking down to see other ones, and I guess, yeah, many of you will know a lot of those people. Go ahead to the next one. So FAW became FPAW. Then summer FPAW vision meetings were added in 2005, held in DC. And the focus on that was the meteorology part of the newly established JPDO of the next gen effort, which was long. So how many meetings between the two FPAW, actually FAW, FPAW, and the Vision Slant summer meetings? There were 8 of them, 97 through 2004, and then 43 through this one that you folks are currently sitting at, for a grand total of 51. It should, there we go. That's a lot of FPAW meetings, and I remember having to count those up during past presentations. But here's kind of an evolution of that, and keep in mind that Bruce was steering us through all of this, and there was a lot to steer. Go ahead, Matt. What I called the age of barbarians in the early years, progress reports followed by provider and user panels, and progress reports was progress on the behalf of or by the government, action items assigned to the FAA and the National Weather Service. Basically, almost came literally to that, airline reps hammering government reps. And I know it couldn't have been too fun being on the other side, but on our side, it was actually kind of a good time, except it was frustrating for all concerned, honestly. 2003 to 7, what I called the age of reconciliation. We kind of worked out some differences. We realized we weren't moving forward at all too quickly. User needs were followed by provider progress. Operators and industries realized they needed the government. So it was less confrontational. But in the end, the government folks were still on the hook to produce because we were the users, they were the providers for the most part. Go ahead. So from 2008 to 2010, roughly, we had issues and champions. So airline folks would, not just airline folks, it was all aviation folks, and I don't want to exclude anybody there. We came up with issues, and then champions, volunteers to kind of keep connected with the government to see how things were going. But it was shared responsibility. In the end, though, it was government folks who had to really get things pushed through to make them happen with the aid of academia and aviation. And then from 2011 to now and beyond, what I've called the age of peaceful coexistence and mutual survival, and involvement of the collaborative decision-making effort and topics related to moving from now gen to next gen. Proving the value of the impacts of weather forecasts, that became a big thing. And government, operators, industry, academia, actually sitting on the same panels. And deeper dive into fewer topics, because it seemed like we were skimming the surface on a lot of them and not getting really too deep into things that were more critical on our list to make happen. So there's a picture, Bruce, I'm not sure what age that was. It's a good 10 years ago anyway, but I think actually probably a couple more than that. And here's, I don't have the dates of these pictures, but I put just a few up that I had, this being one of them, and you can see Bruce there standing on the side. You can also see, we're going to do a close up on the next one, I think, of John McCarthy. Go ahead. Yeah, there he is. John McCarthy is there. I also had to make sure not to capture pictures where somebody was dozing or whatever, because every once in a while, one or another of us would do that. Anyway, I think there may be one more picture, there may not be, but no, there's not. This is really the bottom line of the whole thing, though. The common thread instigator throughout the years from pre-97 through 2022 has been just the individual standing there now, Bruce Carmichael. And Bruce, for me personally, it has been great working with you through the FPAW years that I was involved in. You managed it well, you ran it well, you brought what I consider the best in people out, and you were herding cats in some instances, but you just brought a lot of good to the aviation weather community, and that's across the board from government to academia to operators, business, general aviation, commercial aviation. And I personally thank you for all that you did and set up for success in the future for the aviation industry. Go ahead, man, on that last one. I think that I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, Warren. That was great. And we do need a history review every now and then to understand where we've come from and how we've got here, and the shoulders of the giants that we've been traveling on ever since. So thank you very much for that. Wayne Sand, are you with us by chance?
I am, if you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. So I have to confess that I'm sometimes snottily biased and think that I know everybody in the aviation weather industry. And this fellow named Wayne Sand reached out prior to this meeting, and it said he was a big sky weather consultant. And I'm sorry, Wayne, but I had never heard your name before. And that bothered me when I found out who you were and what role you played in all this. So I apologize for that. Wayne Sand, it turns out, was an NCAR employee, and he hired this young mathematician, computer scientist named Bruce Carmichael back a couple of years ago, from what I understand. And now Wayne has a few words to say to you too, Bruce.
Well, I want to go back, dig back a little bit deeper than what Warren did, and put a little bit more spin and perspective to this. But my background is mainly as a pilot and a meteorologist, but a weather researcher. And I had flown in the military. I flew for South Dakota School of Mines, flew their T-28 thunderstorm penetration airplane for a number of years. And then I went to the University of Wyoming and was flying there for 12 years, flying their King Air and doing weather research, poking around. And partway through that tenure at the University of Wyoming, or actually towards the end of the tenure, I got to know John McCarthy. And we were doing a project for John on some of the very early JAWS program, flying our King Air down around Denver, flying through microbursts, and John was having a great time doing that. And as part of that, he recruited me to be one of many on a thing that he called the Aviation Weather Forecasting Task Force. And a bunch of those early name people were on there. I won't try to recite them all, but a number of them were, including guys like Bill Hook and Ron McPherson and a bunch of those key players who turned out to be key players. And John had an incredible ability to get those kind of people together. And fortunately, I was included in that group, which was a real honor at the time because I was a young pup, probably looked at least as young as Bruce looked at that point. And so after flying the microburst stuff for the summer for John started actively recruiting me to come to NCAR because I was ready for a change. I'm one of those guys in those days like to change jobs every few years, and just said, hey, I need to do something different. So John offered me a deal to become his deputy director in the newly formed research applications program at NCAR. So that's where I went, and I think the year was 87, I'm sorry, I'm off by a decade there. But in '87, I went from the University of Wyoming to NCAR to work with John. And I had groused about NCAR for years, saying that people went there and they never left because it was such a great place to work. And I told John up front that I said, listen, John, I'm only staying for 5 years and then I'm out of here. I'm going to go do something else. And suffice it to say, John talked me into 6, but at the end of 6, I left. But in the meantime, when I went to NCAR originally with this fledgling program that was part of the Atmospheric Technology Division at that time, John had a grand total of 20 employees in the group. And John had a mini revolution on his hands, if you will, because he was if you all knew John, he was a big guy, outgoing, very aggressive sort of guy. And he said, Wayne, I really need somebody to work with my staff and keep them going. And in the process of the 6 years of staying at NCAR, when I left there, we were 120 people. So we grew from 20 to 120 in 6 years. And one of the best additions we added to the group during that period was Bruce Carmichael. And we hired Bruce fairly early on. And this whole thing got started really with John McCarthy and some of the work that he did. And Bruce really picked it up and went with it. And like Matt said, I was at the first meeting, and by then I'd had my own business and was up to my absolute ears in consulting work and kept track of FPAW. Rhonda kept me on the list for years and years, and I read your stuff here and there as best I could. But I was one busy guy for a lot of years doing consulting work mainly for manufacturers and problems that they had with weather and airplanes or parts of airplanes and studying accidents where weather was a cause or a factor. That's the only thing I did in my consulting business. So that kept me busy, but I kept track of what Bruce did, and I was just so proud of him and what he managed to put together and how this system and program grew as described by Warren. And I think it's just been extremely successful. And I've looked out there from the outside for a lot of years, like Warren said and Matt said. I attended the very first meeting out in Nevada, and from then on, just kind of stood back and watched. But what a success! You know, I look at that and say, Bruce, good on you. You did a great job over the years, and you can be very proud of what you did. Because look where the FPAW is now, and look where they've been, and look where they came from. And it's just a great job all around for everybody. And I was really hoping I could, now that I'm sort of semi-retired finally myself, I'm looking at, was trying to get to the meeting this year because I just live up in Montana. But in the meantime, I got scheduled to go teach a class in Florida, and I still do that a little bit. So I'm actually in Florida today. I just finished teaching a class for the University, the University of Kansas. But, and I met Matthias for the first time here just a week or two ago at John McCarthy's memorial service in Boulder. So I feel I know you guys a little bit now. And Matt, I thank you for your comments. And I'm sorry I didn't get to know you a long time ago and you didn't know who I was. But I kind of switched horses and did something different, but I've kept an eye on the whole FPAW program, and I can't say more good things about it. The collaboration that was started way back when, and I honestly in my mind think it started with that Aviation Weather Forecasting Task Force, and I don't even remember what year that was, but it had to be in the late '80s sometime. It was a long time ago. But Bruce, well done, good job, happy retirement, and thank you for allowing me to say a couple words.
Thank you, Wayne, very much. That was nice to hear, and my loss for not having known you before now and still only two-dimensionally, but we'll change that one of these days if possible. All right, Jesse, Aspen, Nick, you want to join me up here? So the folks at Campbell have bent over backwards 3 times. I mean, they've done donuts bending over backwards for us in this meeting. And one of the things that they said when they heard what we were going to do for Matthias and then what we were also going to do for Bruce is they said, ooh, let us participate and do our own version of honoring them. So on that note, I'm going to hand you all the mic and the goodies. I have no idea which one is which. And let you take it from here.
Okay, yeah. So just as part of our honor of hosting this, and just like almost all the good ideas that came with hosting this one came from Aspen, but she just, and also Matt, but just to honor Bruce and Matthias for their work with FPAW, we created these plaques here. So maybe we'll take these out and present these. So these are just in recognition and honor for the work that both Bruce and Matthias have done with FPAW. We just wanted to present these recognition plaques to you. So maybe if you could both come up and present these. This is yours, Matthias. And so it was great hearing the memories and words of recognition from the folks online. And Matt and Matthias came down a day early to come check out the space and get a little familiar with it. Matthias and I were talking, and we got talking about the JAWS network, the Juneau Airport wind system that Matthias spearheaded, did a lot of work, and it's all about applying that science to operations. It's a great example of it. And how that system has helped and really affected and saved lives. I got thinking about this on the way home from work. That system is still operational. They just called us, the FAA group that operates that, called us for a replacement order of CR1000X data loggers to replace that, to keep that running. And it just is a great, it just exemplifies that lasting impact that Matthias Bruce from NCAR bringing science to the operational aviation weather safety community. So we are very proud to present these.
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to thank you all. When I think about this conference, I think of collaboration. It comes to mind a lot when I've been working with Matthias over the past 6 months, but I also think it builds on your legacy, Bruce. And it's been absolutely a pleasure to work with this organization.
I'll just share a few words. I used to come to FPAW about 10 years ago or so for several years and really enjoyed the community. And Bruce, what you started, and got to know Matthias a decade ago or so, very much from the research to operations and looking at lightning warnings at airports and things like that. And you should be really proud of the community that you created. It's the first time I've been back again in like 10 years, and luckily it's at our facility here. But really excited to be back and be amongst this community. So thank you for everything you've done.
So even though we have a budget of 0, we can still do stuff at FPAW. Because we got some creative people and home printers and stuff like that. So our marketing staff, which is also the social media staff, which is me, put together some certificates, one for Bruce and one for Matthias. And Bruce, yours is a little bit different. Yours, they say the same, more or less the same words, but you served as FPAW chair from 2007 through 2018, and frankly, were the driving force from 97 to 2007. But I wanted to get the dates right, and you told me, I think these were the dates, so I said, okay, fine, I'll put down those dates at that point. But this is signed by the one and only, you've heard of L1011 TriStars. This is Tri-Chairs. We have 3 chair signatures on here, Nathan, Matthias, and myself. It says, Bruce is hereby awarded this certificate based on his numerous contributions over multiple years to the friends and partners in aviation weather, and in special recognition of his serving as FPAW chair from 2007 to 2018. So Bruce, I take this with you. I have a little thing to put it in once you're done so we don't get it all mangled up. Matthias, my friend, yours says the exact same thing, except the years are different on here, and there's only 2 signatures on yours, just Nathan and myself. I figured you signing your own certificate didn't make a great deal of sense. And so I thank you, sir, for you on behalf of this community for the work that you've done over the last several years. Now, I have a chore for this group. I also have a picture of each of them with a white mat around it. And like I received from Delta Flight Control when I retired, I would like folks who might have a thing to say to both Bruce and Matthias to write those thoughts on the mat on the outside of this. And then we will give this to them to send them home with this. And I would have brought a frame, but I don't know what your tastes in frames are, and plus it exceeded my budget. And so that was the end of that. Now, I have a quiz. I don't know, you probably haven't seen this picture. Well, I mean, you've seen it, but you haven't seen it in here. So here's a picture of Matthias, and I will give you a clue. This picture was taken at an FPAW meeting recently. First question is, where was this picture taken? Well, I'm Brian, I'm pointing it at you. You got it. This was taken at, what's the name of that dang thing? Whatever the park is that the Texas Rangers play in. Yes, we had an outing that was organized by Brian and James and et al. That went really well. Now, here is the really tough question. And I'm going to put this on the table and back so you can sign later. But there is a person in back of Matthias wearing a lavender maybe or pinkish colored shirt. And this person was an FPAW attendee. And my quiz question is, who was this? Because you can't see her face. All you see is just a little bit of her torso. And she's not in this room. So Heather's going, oh my God, please don't be me. Yes, so that's your quiz question, is to identify the mystery guest behind Matthias. And I will say this, she registered for this meeting. So you guys, you're going to have to give us a day or so to get some thoughts scribbled down on here. But when we are done, hopefully you'll be able to take these home and hang it up on your, I hope, good memories wall. So Bruce, Matthias, thank you so much for what both of you did. We appreciate it. So now for the folks online, that concludes the shareable portion of our meeting today. The folks in the room, we are going to go, that desire to do this, we are going to go tour Campbell's wonderful facilities and learn even more about these things than we do already. The way I think we're going to work this, but I'm going to hand this over to Jesse in a second, is we're just going to literally divide up into 2 groups. One group will go to the garden, one group will go to the manufacturing facilities. We'll come back in 30 minutes and then we'll rinse, wash, and repeat.
Yeah, just to make it easy, looks like we're pretty evenly divided here. So if you're on this side of the room, let's start with the manufacturing tour. Nathan Leishman, or Nate Leishman, will provide that tour. He's right here in the corner. So actually, is there anyone not planning on going on the tour right now? Maybe just, you're welcome to stay in the room. or you know, be in the allowed areas. Assuming most people do want to go in the room, let's divide into two groups, and we'll go this group with manufacturing. This group will be out with the outdoors Met Garden tour, and Nick will lead that tour. So everyone can gather up and get ready to go. Oh, and before everyone leaves, each tour lasts 30 minutes. So Nick, Nathan, time your tours for 30 minutes. Bring your group back here, and then we'll switch directions to change tour guides, and Nick will take this group out. Nathan will take the first invitation group. Okay, so everyone on the first manufacturing tour on this side of the room, meet over here. Nathan's